Okay, copy.
And Ike, we're just looking to see if you can get additional turns.
Should be regaining views from the International Space Station here momentarily. When we come back, we should see a good left strut. Perhaps Victor Glover finalizing those turns.
Guys, we're going to have you hold here while we check, and we'll have a handover here in 5 seconds. I'll be back with you shortly.
Copy. Stand by.
Glover completed the turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. Engineers on the ground will just verify that that's a good torque and just make sure everything is secure before they move on to the next steps. In the meantime, it sounds like they're going to take a glove and hap check. We'll hear this periodically throughout today's spacewalk, making sure there are no scrapes or cuts on the gloves and making sure the helmet absorption pad that they're currently wearing on their heads is nice and dry.
And Kate and Ike, back with you guys. We're still checking. Kate, I'll go ahead and take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and Ike will finish your glove check, please.
Okay, good work. Work. And Frank, gloves are pristine, no damage. I have gauntlets in place.
Copy, Kate.
And ED2, no change for the glove. No change for the glove. So I have gauntlets in place.
Copy, Ike.
Coming back with some video from the International Space Station and entering into an orbital nighttime. International Space Station is 269 statute miles just south of the coast of Australia, heading northeastern into an orbital nighttime.
Ike, can you let us know the status of the black line? Is it flush yet or not?
Negative. It's about a quarter of an inch from being flush.
Copy, quarter of an inch.
This is a helmet camera view from Victor Glover, who's at the base of the mast canister. You see off to the right there, that's the lower strut that he installed, completing his turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. We're just waiting word from the engineers here on the ground that the torque and the position of the bolt is all good before we go ahead and move on to the next few steps. We completed the installation of the mounting bracket and the upper triangle. This is the next step, the lower strut. Rubins and Glover will work together on the next series of steps to install a middle strut on the left side. That'll complete the left side before they move on to the right. It'll be a mirror image of what we're working on now, a lower strut as well as a mid strut.
I thought the Bravo 7 was in the 30s. I thought it was 30 something pounds, but
35, 36, yeah. 30.6.
like that was only 25.5.
Hi, guys. Apologies for the delay here, but what we're going to do is remove Ike's bolt and try again. So, Kate, we're going to leave your bolt in place. Ike, your PGT settings will be Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
You copy.
So Glover, this is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. They're going to give this bolt another shot, completely unbolting it first before redoing the series of steps to bolt the lower strut at the base of the mast canister.
Okay, Frank, the bolt is popped out, please release.
Copy, Ike. If you can inspect the bolt and the interface for any damage or FOD.
I can help maintain control of that.
Okay, Frank. Interface looks good. Keep moving back towards me, Kate. Okay. Pushing the bolt out. There's a little bit of orange residue on the threads. You can see that in my WVS.
Ike, we copy and understand, unfortunately, not able to see it on the WVS just because of lighting. But you have a good view there, just we can't make it out.
Okay. It appears in a couple spots that the threads have been worn down.
Okay, we copy, Ike.
a little as if there was metal on metal. Most of the threads are the same dark gray color. And that orange stuff appears to be some kind of gunked up, not filling the spaces between the bolts, but there's definitely something on the bolt that's orange.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Thank you, and we're checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're looking at a helmet camera view from Victor Glover's spacesuit. That's camera number 20 at the bottom right corner. Glover has unbolted the lower strut.
We'll have words for you shortly.
Engineering teams here on the ground are analyzing the next steps before attempting to rebolt that lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
Okay, so Ike, we think that orange residue is part of the locking feature. So at this point, we're going to try again, and we'll just start in the install. So verify spherical bearing alignment, and then you can hand start the bolt.
And I can help control from this side to spectrum is needed.
Roger.
Bringing it a little bit closer to you.
You come toward me down. Okay. Okay, perfect. So Frank, this spherical bearing, it seems like it's supposed to rotate a little bit. It's supposed to be locked in one position. Just about flush with the interface on the strut. It does seem like it could pitch a little more stationator and it might be perfectly flush. I'm not able to rotate it.
Okay, we copy Ike, and we're checking. And so, Ike, if you need to, you can either use your hand or a ret to maybe try to realign that spherical bearing prior to hand starting.
Yeah, Frank, I don't think a ret is going to do much. Maybe this thing moved at one time. I don't think it's there's a lot of friction in there.
Okay, copy.
And it's like degrees from perfectly flush. It's not hinted a whole lot. And the bracket moves, so it will move to be flush with the spherical bearing as I start to install the bolt. Doesn't start off that way.
Okay, copy. Do you think that's causing a misthread because of the angle misalignment?
I don't think so. I think it lines the bolt up as we're driving. I'm not sure what the bolt, if the strut then kind of pitches and has an orientation it wants to be in. Seems like the spherical bearing makes the pad on the lower strut line up, and then it seems like it will drive straight once it's engaged. But it's not because the spherical bearing is moving, it's because the has a little bit of play.
Okay, we're checking. I'll have words for you shortly.
You know, if I can help. I don't want to put too much load into the system, but I can help stabilize a bit from this end.
Okay, yeah, that's what you're doing now is perfect.
Okay.
Okay, Ike. So what we're gonna have you do is just try to hand start it and just maybe give us some feedback on how you think that's going. If that's causing a misthread or extra friction as you're hand starting it.
Okay, yeah, hand starts very nicely. I've got 2 turns on it now. Okay, Kate, are you putting any load into it, or?
Negative. I'm just very lightly stabilizing.
Yeah, and it seems like there's still play. The bracket's a solid interface, so.
Current, when you would load, I can see the play up here.
After I got like the 3rd turn pretty easily, and now in the 4th turn, there's a lot of running torque. Dock up.
Okay, so Ike, with those words, and we're just going to go ahead and try driving it again. So your settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are getting a live view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
Hand turns.
Engineers on the ground are happy with the current configuration, so they're giving Glover the go-ahead to proceed and drive the bolt.
Okay, I I got 10 more turns. Green light, 25.3 on the torque. Now the black line is about an eighth of an inch. Maybe just slightly less than an eighth of an inch. 2 millimeters from being flush.
Okay, Ike, we copy 10 additional turns for a total of 13, 25.3 in green light.
Big copy.
Can I see that left or right?
Yeah.
And Ike, we're checking those numbers. We'll have words for you shortly. Kate, we were just wondering, did you make any TCV changes? We saw a change in your battery.
When it became night, I just went down to like 0.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Kate.
I turned my glove heaters on also.
Okay, copy. All right, so Ike, based on those numbers, we're going to go ahead and go to manual ratchet. Your settings will be ratchet clockwise, 30 decimal 5.
Copy.
And Ike, we're anticipating approximately half a turn additional, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
Work.
Good and square from up here.
At a quarter of a turn. Quarter of a turn. I got about a half, just over half a turn, and then I got the ratchet.
Okay, copy half turn and good ratchet. And you can put the PGT back into motor. Actually, Ike, before doing that, can you verify or let us know where the black line is?
It's done by handwork. Whoever painted this black line painted outside the lines a little bit. It's flush on the top and a millimeter on the side. Flush on the top and a millimeter from being flush on the side. Very, very close.
Okay, we copy. We'll work on our kindergarten skills over here.
I'm still in manual ratchet clockwise. You want to stay there?
Copy, Ike. We're checking.
Like whoever drew around M22 did a lovely job. Very nice Sharpie.
Okay, guys. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back to this bolt either at the end of the CVA or next CVA. But Ike, for now, you can put your PGT back into motor. And then Ike, you will leave the PGT on handrail 5372, bias it towards the right side. And Ike, as you're working with that PGT, could you please do a wiggle test on that lower strut and sob interface?
Oh, that's interesting because a couple turns ago it had some wiggle, but it is solid now.
Okay. Yeah, we see that. Thanks, Ike. So again, you'll put that PGT on handrail 5372.
And can you help me with a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut? That's it.
Say again?
I'm looking for a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut. Pull that around. I don't know if you can see that. On the left side. If not, no worries.
It's kind of going up toward your underarm pit. Just don't tighten the brake a little bit. It's going aft and then up to your underarm pit. If you can push that down, it'll help get you started. Push that down. Rotate it, no? Yeah, that helps. Loosen the brake.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay. All right, got it.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're looking at the helmet camera from the view of Victor Glover aboard the International Space Station.
Mid-strut? All right, go ahead with Ike.
Nope, I was just going to say that, Kate. So, Ike, after you leave your PGT on the handrail, you'll verify that the MLI is covering the lower strut pad. And then next, we're going to work on installing the left mid-strut.
MLI is in place.
Copy. And so, Ike, you'll translate to the mass canister left pad install location. And Kate, you'll be retrieving the left mid-strut and releasing the pit pin from the locked position if that wasn't previously done.
Work.
I remember that on the next one. I could have done that.
Yeah, I think it's okay to keep it in the lock position because that way it doesn't extend out when it's on my BRT.
Okay. Yeah, I prefer that.
I like that.
And guys, I'm going to hand you over to Christina for a couple minutes while Ike's translating.
This is a high-definition view from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. They just completed the duo outside now. Kate Rubins and Victor Glover completed the installation of the lower strut. They may come back to it to give it a couple of extra turns, but right now they're gearing up to install the middle strut, and that'll complete the installation on the left side of this mast canister. You can see from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover crawling up the side of the mast canister, getting into place to secure that middle strut,
and you're going to have the side pass,
which is currently in the hands of Kate Rubins. The voice you're hearing from Mission Control Houston is Capcom Christina Cook, taking over temporarily from Ground IV Frank Rubio.
We've got the strut extended.
Okay, I see that it looks like Ike has the side pad, and that means, Ike, you're a go to install the left side pad to the mass canister. Just make sure that arrow is pointing up. You're going to engage the right side and then pivot to the left to get the soft dock.
I still have control so that you can, holding it loosely, but I've got control.
Back at the helmet camera view of Victor Glover, it's a similar procedure to installing that lower strut. Both of the astronauts will be using pistol grip tools. Victor Glover will first secure the mid strut to the mast canister with his pistol grip tool before handing it back over to Kate for her to install it. Each of them has a pistol grip tool in hand.
Trying to get the right side to pivot. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get this base plate to pivot. Like locked right there. Nana, you got any words on how to make this pivot a little bit more?
We are talking about it, and it looks like you're doing everything we would recommend, pivoting like what you're doing right now. Are you able to do that enough to get that right side under the lip? And Kate,
let go or
lift.
Kate, if you have any more play to move it out to your left side, that could help him as well.
It's engaged. It's engaged.
Okay, I'm still holding on control.
Nice job, guys.
It's a good soft dock, and it was also the MLR. The MLR is kind of pushing it out.
And I see soft docks, like, they're reasonable, but they're pretty heavy pieces, so the center pad overcame it. I'm just holding it very still in position. It's easy to come back out again.
See, Nano? Got in 1, 2, 3, and 4 on my face.
Ike, say again?
Next.
Okay, we are ready, if you are, for your PGT work here, and I can give you settings. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2. Clockwise 2 is set.
And you are going to be doing bolts 1 through 4 to torque. It'll be about 11.5 turns, we think.
Copy. Torque.
Just FYI, mine were 7.
Okay. 3.6 on the torque. 7 turns on M1.
Copy, 3.6 on the torque, 7 turns. And did we get a green light?
Green light.
Okay, you can move on to the next bolt, and I'll hand you back over to Frank.
Thank you.
Nice job, Nana.
All right, guys, back with you here. So now that Ike has put in one...
Glover working on installing that mid strut. There are 4 bolts needed to secure the middle strut to the mast canister. First one is down, 3 to go.
And I'm going to wait till we get to the second bolt.
Wait, okay. Yeah, wait, just tell us what's next.
Copy, Kate.
Am I installing all 4, or is she going next?
Yep, you actually can work concurrently after the first one, and so, but that's fine to wait till the second one, Kate. So yeah, Ike will just continue to work through all 4 bolts.
Okay,
And
I
Frank,
can go while
let's,
she's working.
no, I'm not, let's just get this side pad on. My experience with the upper triangle, we want to get this fully bolted before I start putting those on this side.
Okay, we copy, and that's, we concur with that plan.
I got 2 on the opposite side, Kate. You can get started if you want. 2.7, green light, and that one was 11 turns. So it's not even moving. My side is nice and steady.
Okay, gotcha.
Keep.
We copied. Was that 3.7 or 2.7?
3.7.
Copy. 3.7, 11 turns, green light. And Kate, for you, your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay. And that last one I gave you, Frank, was M4. On M3, I had 9 turns, green light, 3.6 on the torch.
Copy. 9 turns, 3.6, green light on M3.
Glover currently working to install that middle strut. 4 bolts needed, 3 are down, 1 to go.
Close into it. It's flipped out of position for me. Finish your side.
I must have been slipping on that one, Frank. Must not have been engaged. I counted 17 turns. It's flush like the other bolts. Got a good green light, 3.7 on the torque.
We copy all, like, 17 turns, 3.7 green light. We'll check and agree that you probably were slipping on that. Could you please go back to M1 on the same settings and see if you can get any more turns?
Copy.
Glover completed driving all 4 bolts, going back to 1 just to make sure it's nice and snug. That'll complete his installation after that. He doesn't have any more tasks to drive this middle strut, and then we'll leave it to Kate Rubins to affix the middle strut to the mounting bracket on her side with her pistol grip tool.
Additional turns.
Copy. No additional turns on M1. Okay, Ike, that is a good install on the side pad. You can store your PGT, and then Kate, your settings on your short PGT will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, I've got Bravo 1, clockwise 2 steps.
And as a reminder, you may need to egress the APFR, and you can use the mod kit for body positioning only for this install. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 28 to torque. We anticipate approximately 15 turns. And guys, we have a handover here in about 10 seconds, so I'll be with you shortly on the other side.
entering into another brief handover period. We're losing video from the International Space Station temporarily. You're getting a view at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. These are the teams supporting today's spacewalk, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. Next to him, Frank Rubio is the voice you're hearing here from Mission Control, the ground IV, walking our two astronauts through the intricate procedures. To his right is NASA astronaut Christine Cook taking on the Capcom role. You'll hear her voice as well occasionally. And Art Thomason taking on the spacewalk officer role. He knows the procedures backwards and forwards with the support of his team in some of the back rooms, relaying those procedures and checking and verifying all of the steps, making sure the bolts are tight, the torque is good, all along the way, and relaying that to the flight control teams. Again, we have a good middle strut on Victor Glover's end, just waiting to install it on Kate Rubins' side. She has to use her pistol grip tool to affix it to the mounting bracket on the forward end. She's on the tip of a portable foot restraint to get her a good angle on that mounting bracket, having her install that. After she's complete and the engineers say everything looks good on their end, we'll switch over to the right side and install the lower and mid struts on the right side.
Copy. 10.5 turns, 11.9 green light. We're checking. And is the black line flush, Kate?
Confirm.
Copy. Thank you. All right, guys, that is a good bolt on Mike 28 and a good install for the left mid strut. So, Kate, you can install your PGT and install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block. And Ike, as Kate is installing the grounding pit pin, you can release her ret from the left mid strut.
Okay. Ready for that?
Ready for it? Got it.
Yes.
With that, the left side of the modification kit, the brackets are installed. You have a middle strut there, and just below this view from Victor Glover's helmet camera, we do have a lower strut on the left side, as well as the upper triangle that containing the mounting bracket that will eventually house the future iROSA solar array upgrade. With that complete, the two astronauts will move on to the next side. There's, again, a mirror image of what we've just worked on the left side. You got a lower strut as well as a middle strut. They will work on the lower strut first. Coming up on 3 hours into today's spacewalk.
Frank, I've got my BRT ret back on my BRT. Pit pin is installed in the grounding block with a good pull tab.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. And Kate, you can egress the ATFR, and we'll be rolling into a new setting.
Route this pit pin so it doesn't interfere with future M16 and 15.
Copy. Good plan.
For when you get up here, my friend.
Regaining views from the helmet camera of astronaut Kate Rubins, who's currently at the end of a portable foot restraint. She's been in this position to install the lower and middle struts. You can get a good view from her angle of that configuration. She'll move over and reconfigure the portable foot restraint. You see is leaning slightly to the left from this position to get a good angle on those left struts. She'll do the same thing on the other side, just maneuver the portable foot restraint over, leaning slightly to the right, and get a good angle to install the lower and middle struts on the right side.
Okay, Frank, I've egressed the HFR. I also have my right back to the lower strut.
Copy, Kate. And you'll be changing the roll on the APFR to Charlie. So your new settings will be 12, Papa, Papa, Charlie, 12.
Roll to Charlie.
Over the Atlantic Ocean.
And Ike, you're going to be retrieving the right mid strut. That should be straps 9 and 10.
Got it in hand.
Roll is in Charlie, re-ingressing.
I may be giving you this first.
Oh.
Giving her the mid-right, and then the lower right, like we did last time.
Affirmative. And Kate, as you receive the right mid strut and do a ret swap, you'll want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
I'll be closest to the side pad.
As far as you can go, I can try to reorient. Awesome.
I've got it. All right, I've got control and redded.
The bag red is off. Got it? Yep.
The mid-right strut is redded to my BRT, closest to the side pad.
Copy, Kate. And now you can ingress the APFR. Ike, you'll be retrieving the right lower strut. That's straps 5 and 6.
Blue one's left. Got it in hand.
And you'll be transferring that with the clevis bolt towards Kate.
Kate Rubins easing her way into the portable foot restraint. This will be the last angle she needs to install the right two struts from her position at the top of that foot restraint. Attached to her by way of body restraint tether is the middle strut. She'll have that ready to go whenever they're ready to move on to that task. In the meantime, you can see from the helmet camera view of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover off at the strut bag, getting that lower strut out of the bag. That'll be the first task for them on the right side, is installing the lower strut. The tasks will mirror what we just saw on the left side. They'll position the lower strut at the base of the mast canister. Victor Glover will secure the base of the lower strut in place first with a few turns before allowing Kate Rubins to drive the pistol grip tool on her end, securing it to the mounting bracket. And Glover will finish off the job with his pistol grip tool.
Red to the lower strut, you'll want to red to the handrail stanchion that's nearest to you.
Copy.
3 hours into today's spacewalk. The two spacewalkers are more than halfway done with the first modification kit on the 2B power channel.
I have control. Control and ready.
Good.
And I'm just going to hold this here while you translate. Let me know if I need to move it.
Let's see.
I can move it or neater.
I need to get that red off.
Oh, okay.
So can you push it back toward me?
Yep.
Yeah. Follow me in my line.
Kate Rubins now has control of that lower strut. She's just going to hang on to it while she's in position on top of the portable foot restraint, allowing Victor Glover to make his way over to the work site on the base on the right side of the mass canister. That'll be the position he needs to be in order to drive the bolts of that lower strut.
Let's see. Never mind. Fat fingers in the way. Okay, you got it.
I got control.
Red off.
I'm just going to clear it from your translation path.
You're fine.
All right. You're totally clear.
And Ike will be translating to the mass canister right side fob launch bracket.
On the way.
Okay, you can release the L6 grounding pit pin from the strut stow location.
Frank, how are folks liking the heck of you? Give you the points anywhere?
Yeah, it's a pretty outstanding view. It's like nonstop, great pictures.
Right. Frank, I didn't wear a camera on me. We got an HD video for you. Holy VA.
Yep, and also of note, it's actually significantly better than the WVS view, which is coming in very broken.
Okay. And that's the WETA issue, correct?
And that may be a tight fit for you there. You may want to go around the canister.
Roger.
There should be a pretty good translation path around the bottom side of the canister.
On the way.
From this view, you can clearly see the mast canister. It is the soda can-looking structure at the center of your screen. The astronaut with the red stripes is astronaut Kate Rubins. She's at the top of a portable foot restraint at the perfect angle to install the final two struts on the right side. Astronaut Victor Glover is making his way over to his work site at the bottom of the mast canister.
I hear you, my friend.
His next task is to install the lower strut on the right side. Getting a good angle, he'll need to use a pistol grip tool, the space drill, to secure that strut into place. That strut currently in tow by astronaut Kate Rubins. She'll hand it off once Victor Glover is in position.
I feel like this setting is one more click of roll, and I like it.
Kate, I understand you would want one more click of roll?
Negative. I feel like it is one more click of roll or something different than the other side, and I'm liking it very much.
Copy. Thank you.
Your future iRosa.
All right, I'm in position.
Okay, coming towards you slowly.
And Ike, you'll want to verify the spherical bearing alignment, and then Kate, also a reminder to avoid imparting loads during the lower strut bolt install.
Copy, and same thing, I'll just hold it. I've got control, but gentle.
Perfect. Last time, the sun was right in front of me doing this, and same thing's happening now. Awesome. Same thing on this side, I'm not really able to influence the orientation of the spherical bearing. Just about parallel to the front of the strut bracket.
Copy, Ike.
Okay, and started. 2 turns.
Copy, Ike. And your PGT settings will be alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Glover has the lower strut hand started, just a couple turns with his hand. He'll now move over and use the pistol grip tool. You can see just out of his reach. Give it a few more turns with the space drill before he hands it over to Kate Rubins, who has her own PGT, pistol grip tool, and she'll secure the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket.
And Ike, again, you're looking for alpha 1, clockwise 1, and you'll be driving 4 turns total, so it should be 2 additional turns.
Alpha 1 clockwise 1 6 for 2 additional turns. Additional turns.
Copy. Kate, you can install the right lower strut L6 to the mounting bracket L6.
Okay, I see L6. That's the M20 bolt, correct?
And Kate, that is affirmative. That is the Mike 20 bolt.
And I'm assuming no CD hand start?
Affirmative.
All right, Glover has the lower strut secured on his end temporarily. Now Kate Rubins just hand tightening the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket. She'll then use the pistol grip tool to secure it in place.
Kate will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And you'll be driving Mike 20 to torque, approximately 15 turns total.
I've got a low torque 10.4. Go ahead, it does 10 turns. And I just don't mind
Okay, to understand, 10.4 on the torque, 10 turns.
left shoulder. If you move your left shoulder away from it, that might then harden a bit. All right, I drove it again about a quarter turn, 11.8. The green light, torqued out.
Okay, understand green light, 11.8, about a quarter additional turn. Can you confirm the black line is flush?
Affirmative, black line is flush.
Copy, thank you, Kate. We're checking those numbers.
Okay.
Okay, Kate, that's a good install for Mike 20. You can store your PGT. Ike, your settings will now be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And with that, we have a good install on the mounting bracket. Kate Rubins successfully installed that lower strut to the top portion where she is working, her current work site. Now going back to Victor Glover, he only has a couple turns on the lower end of that strut. He's going to go ahead and finish it off with his pistol grip tool, making sure it's secure to the base of the mass canister.
Good settings.
For EMU, ECVs at 1.5 blow heaters off for the day pass.
Copy, Kate.
Got it, 6 turns, green light 25.4.
Can you say again on the turn count, please, Ike?
6 turns.
Okay, understand 6 turns and 25.4 on the running torque.
And it's torqued out, it's green light, yeah.
All right, Ike, could you please hit it again at the same torque or same setting, correction, and before we move on to manual ratchet?
Green light 25.4 in an eighth of a turn.
Copy, Ike, and we're checking. Okay, Ike, based on what we saw on the other side, we're going to back this out 6 turns only. So your settings will be Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and you'll back it out 6 turns only.
And Ike, as you're backing it out, I've got a hold up here.
Copy. Okay, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, 6 turns only.
Good words.
So Glover is undoing the bolt just a couple of turns, about halfway, and then going to reattempt to give it a few more turns.
Okay, back out 6 turns.
Copy, 6 turns, Ike. Okay, you'll go back to your original settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
In the clockwise 2.
Okay, and you'll drive to torque.
Out in your turns. 25.4 on the torque between lights.
Ike, could you please say again those numbers?
5.5 turns. 5.4 on the torque. Green light.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so we're going to try manual ratchet. So your settings will be ratchet clockwise 30.5. And you'll drive to torque again, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
So again, using that pistol grip tool as a ratchet, giving it a few extra turns, making sure it is nice and snug at the base of the mass canister.
I think 15 is installed.
All right, 2 good pops. It was 1.25 turns, and we are millimeters from having the black line flush.
Copy, 2 good pops, 1 millimeter, and understand 1 millimeter from the black line flush, Mike?
2 millimeters.
Understand, 2 millimeters. Okay, Ike, if you could drive it one more time on manual ratchet for 2 more good pops.
Copy. Good work.
I've got the tip pin in the grounding block. Hold test thermalizing, please.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. And next you'll release the ret.
It's 2 pops in just a fraction of a turn. Just didn't need the tone.
Okay, we copy, Ike. 2 more good pops and a fraction of a turn. You can leave the PGT on handrail 5372, and if you can also do a quick wiggle test on the lower strut.
This one still has some play in it, but I also noticed something just now. While I was ratcheting it, I was able to adjust the angle of the spherical bearing. When I pulled to ratchet, it pulled the spherical bearing in both my direction. They now line back up here straight now, but it moves like this.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Good observation. So if you think you can get more turns, then we'll take those.
Okay, let me just. I think it's straight. I'm still getting some play in the end. It is. So have some wiggle to it, and I've got it. What looks straight to me, and I'll try to turn it again. So it's still poking out. Good pops.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike.
Still got a little bit of free foot. No problem.
Okay, Ike. We're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back here with the torque wrench again. So you'll leave the PGT on handrail 5372, and then verify that the lower strut MLI is covering the lower strut pad.
Didn't work.
I'll take my next step at the mid right handrail.
Copy, Kate. You do have, I understand you have the right mid strut in hand?
Affirmative. On my DOT, I'm ready to it.
Okay, you can work on releasing the pit pin from the lock position. Should be opposite the handrail. Yep.
With that, the 2 astronauts will move on to the middle strut. The lower strut is installed. Might need a few more turns later with another tool, likely a torque wrench. It's the same on the other side as well. Give it a couple extra turns, make sure it's snug. In the meantime, the teams here on the ground are ready to move on to the next task, which is installing that middle strut on the right side.
For future IROSA, I extended when it was right in front of me versus waiting till I did the handoff and pushing away. Definitely recommend this the second way I did this mid-strut versus the first.
We copy, Kate. Appreciate the words. All right, Ike, we see you have the side pad with the arrow pointing up, and for the soft dock, you'll engage the left side.
Pitch it up. Pitch it up. 4. Okay, it's soft dock.
Okay, we see that. Great job. Okay, you can work on installing the middle grounding pit pin into the final position on the mid strut. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT.
Hey, Greg, I'm going to hold this here. Right, we'll just get his stuff.
Okay, copy. Okay. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT, alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Good, but it needs help.
Yeah, I thought that was different than last time. Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings, alpha 2, clockwise 2. And Ike, you'll be driving Mike 9 through Mike 12. Order doesn't matter. Driving them to torque, we anticipate 11.5 turns.
3.7 on the torque, 7.5 turns, green light on 13. Sorry, 11, Mike 11.
Copy, Mike 11.
Turns, green light, 3.7 on Mike 10. Okay, it's stable now. You can.
Okay.
And we copied a 3.7 green light. What was the turn count on Mike 10?
7 turns on Mike 10.
Copy, 7 turns.
I think I'm ready for PGT settings for Mike 24.
Okay, Kate. Your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
10.5, 3.6 green light on Mike 12.
Copy, 10.5, 3.6 green light on M12. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 24 to torque. We anticipate 15 turns total.
Okay, copy.
And guys, we're going to have a handover here in about 30 seconds. And so, Ike, you can continue with Mike 9, and Kay, you'll drive Mike 24. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, see you on the other side.
7 turns, 3.6 on the torque green light. Mike 9.
Understand, 7 turns, 3.6, green light on Mike 9.
Once again, entering into a short handover, losing video from the International Space Station. Glover and Rubins together flying through those procedures for the middle strut on the right side. Glover working his way around all 4 bolts to secure it to the mass canister. And Rubins confirming the settings on the pistol grip tool for her task to drive 1 bolt on her end to the mounting bracket.
All right, guys, back with you. How do you read?
Still working on 24.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, that was a good install on the side pad.
You too.
Work, Ike. All right, that was approximately 3 turns to install. torque 10.8. I can hit it again. That was 5 turns.
Okay, we copy low torque. You have a go to hit it again.
.9, good green light. That's about an additional quarter half turn.
We copy Kate, and that is a good install on Mike 24.
I've got my rep back from the mid-strut.
Okay, copy. And Kate, you can install the pit pin to the grounding block.
Pin installed, good pull test.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, next you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and 26. We're just checking real quick to see the ability to translate because of the play still left on those lower struts.
There's only play on the right lower strut or left lower strut solid, but yes, happy. Bye.
Moon Ike.
Must be nice.
Okay, guys, looks like we have a go to translate. We'll just have to be extra careful and ginger on the while translating on the struts or the bracket. So, Kate, you will egress the APFR, and you're going to be working on closing the MLI on the struts on the right side. Ike, you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and Mike 26.
Copy.
Need to drive the bolts before we do the MLI.
Copy, Kate.
So with that, the engineers on the ground have given a go for both of the astronauts to go ahead and move along the modification kit. They still need to make sure that that bottom lower strut is secure, but they are confident enough that the astronauts themselves can translate and perform some of the next tasks. Glover is working to secure bolts of the adjustable section of the middle strut. It was adjustable to allow it to stretch out enough to be bolted to both the mounting bracket and the mass canister. Glover just securing that in place.
Level 5, Southwest 2 copy. There's about a half an inch gap there. You guys are still confident I can find each one all the way. I'll get, not I'll go back and forth.
Okay, we see that, Ike, and yeah, we'll try just driving each one all the way then.
Sounds good. Does order matter?
Yep, you'll want to drive Mike 26 first, and then verify that the tab is secure before driving Mike 25. Like you're driving this to torque, we anticipate 10.5 turns.
Here's the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. You can see there's 2 bolts on the adjustable section of that middle strut. He's just closing those up and locking it in place.
Yeah, torque out at 3 turns. At a green light 22 on foot.
Okay, understand 3 turns in. Is the tab secure?
No, it's still about a little more than a quarter inch. Okay.
Okay, let's try driving the other side. You can see if that helps.
That one went about a quarter of a turn and torqued out at 21.9, a green light.
Okay, understand, Ike. We're checking. And Ike, we're still with you here. We're just discussing, we're going to have to back out these bolts, and we're just trying to come up with a plan for you.
Victor Glover continuing to work on that, the bolts near the adjustable part of that middle strut, just making sure they're secure in place. Engineers on the ground just evaluating those turns. In the meantime, the space station is in an orbital nighttime crossing into darkness, 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean.
Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2. And you're going to back out the tab side bolt. Good words. Back out the tab side bolt, 2 turns only. We're going to try to even out the clamp and see if that helps.
You say 2 turns? Is that 2 turns only?
And I confirm you got 2 turns on that? You backed it out 2 turns?
Yeah, I was asking you if that was 2 turns. I guess we had a handover or something in work. Two turns on line 26.
Okay, copy. And so right now you will go to Bravo 5 clockwise 2, and we're going to try to drive the non-tab side.
Bravo 5 clockwise to non-tab side.
Good words.
Okay, I got 1 turn on it. What am I driving it to?
Okay, we understand 1 turn, and now we'll go back to the tab side.
I only got 1 turn, then I stop.
Okay, understand.
Hey, Frank. I got 1 turn, and then I stopped. It didn't torque out, I just stopped.
Understand. We're discussing. Hold, and I'll have words for you shortly. We're going to have a handover here in about 10 seconds.
Once again, losing video from the International Space Station. Should be regaining it here shortly, just in a couple of seconds. In the meantime, Glover is continuing to work on that adjustable part of the mid strut on the right side.
I come back with you. How do you read?
Out of here.
Okay, so what we think's going to work best here, or we're going to attempt, is to walk the clamp alternating sides. So complete 1 additional turn on that side for 2 turns total, and then you'll alternate sides 2 turns at a time.
Copy. On the Mike 26 side, I only got one turn, 1.8 on the torque.
Okay, we copy Ike, and are you able to get any additional turns on the other side?
Work. Negative.
Okay, we copy Ike. We're discussing. I'll have words for you here shortly.
How you doing over there, Kate?
I'm doing good. My heck at you. How you doing?
Good. Chilling.
Right now, Victor Glover and Kate Rubins both standing by. Glover has been working on that middle strut, the adjustable, the bolts near the adjustable section of that middle strut on the right side to secure it in place. Engineers on the ground are currently evaluating some of the next steps, making sure it's good to go, or if there's any additional steps needed.
Working on a plan. Unfortunately, it involves a little bit more than just continuing to drive and with these bolts. I'll have words for you here shortly.
Frank, we know that the smart folks are talking about this on the ground.
I think we should have tested some of these bolts IDs. We would have found this earlier.
All right, guys. So two-step plan. First step, Kate, for you is we're going to have you go and get the torque wrench. We feel like we're going to need that for possibly this clamp and also for the lower struts. And so the torque wrench should be in the other bag.
Right.
And Kate, correction, that's the ratchet wrench that we're looking for, ratchet wrench.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And Kate,
headed to the other bag?
Yep, for that translation path, essentially you're going to go back to the trunnion, head zenith, and over to the bag.
See.
So Victor Lever is going to remain in his position on the right middle strut. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is going to translate to the bag that's currently on the zenith side. At the beginning of the spacewalk, they both brought strut bags out to the work site, one for each of the power channels. They're using the ones on the 2B channel now. There's a ratchet wrench in the other bag. She's just going to go grab it and possibly use it for securing the bolts on some of the lower struts and even possibly the middle strut. Engineers on the ground will continue to evaluate that, but she'll get that, and that'll help secure some of these remaining parts down of the modification kit to the mast canister.
Ike. And Kate, you're going to be heading over to the 4 Bravo bag.
Copy.
And Frank, the rods are a couple of degrees from being like perfectly centered, but they are both in between the space on the frame.
Copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so based on that, we're going to go ahead and release the bolts. So your settings will be Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2 set.
Those are good words for these settings, Ike, and you'll just rotate the bolts back until they are free.
Okay. 25 and 26. Release the until it's free.
Copy, Ike. You can stow your PGT, and you're going to take the telescoping portion and rotate. Essentially, there's a tooth mechanism, and we want to make sure that the teeth aren't hitting each other. So you'll rotate both pieces and then align the bars back up and try to get it as close to perfectly aligned as possible.
Frank, and I'm going to need more vectors on the translation path. See the bag. There's no handrails between bag and I. I'm at list 18, P6.
Copy, Kate, and we're checking. Have words for you shortly.
One side of this bracket moves, but the other side is pretty fixed in place. I'm not able to move it at all. The side with the bolt heads on it can get it to spring in and out, and the other side though is stuck in place.
Okay, copy, Ike. I think rotating one side may still have the same effect, and so if you can just align them back up, and then we'll try to reattempt the bolts.
They rotate together, so because I'm not able to rotate, I'm talking about the bracket, the thing I'm trying to tighten. I cannot rotate it relative to the teeth. The nut side is fixed. I'm not sure to what. When I try to grab the what's supposed to rotate relative to what? Because the telescoping portion, nothing's really rotating right now.
Okay, understand, Ike. Okay, Ike, in that case, once you have them aligned as close to perfectly as possible, we're going to attempt to drive the bolts with a higher torque setting. Affirmative.
Okay. Ready.
And Kate, it looks like you figured it out. You continued heading inboard over to the trunnion structure, and then you'll head zenith.
Well, we're still working on the middle section of that mid strut on the right side. Going to redo some of those bolts at the adjustable section in the middle there, at this time at a higher torque. In the meantime, Kate Rubins coming back with a ratchet wrench.
Will be Bravo 6, clockwise 2.
Bravo 6 clockwise 2 set.
Good words.
Which one would you like me to start with?
Yeah, Ike, we're going to start with the tab side again and do the same walking method where you do 2 turns here and then alternate 2 turns on either side.
the 4 Bravo bag. Wire tie caddy, I think the
Copy, Kate.
on the same side.
And Kate, the ratchet wrench should be near the wire caddy.
And crank both of them torqued out on the second iteration.
Copy, Ike. And is the tab still moving?
Yes. But there's still like about a third of an inch gap.
Okay, understand. We're checking.
But there's also no longer any free play on the bulkhead side of the bracket.
Okay, understand, no more free play, Ike. Does the clamp look symmetrically closed at this point? Like, are both sides, both sides have an equal gap?
April.
Copy. And Ike, do you have any idea on the turn count for both sides?
Yeah, so about 5.
And Ike, you came in broken, unreadable?
September, hold on. Sorry. It was 3. 3 total on each one.
Okay, understand. 3 turns on each side.
Turns on each one.
I've got the ratchet wrench ready to my mini workstation. I'm bringing the adjustable with me as well. Closing up the bag here.
Copy, Kate.
I'm headed back towards it. Have to go inboard to go out.
Okay, I think we're at a stopping point for now on this caller. So can you verify that the middle pit pin is in the final location?
It is not.
And like as you put that pippin in place, you can also put the MLI covering in place. We may have to come back, but we can't leave this strut without MLI covering it.
Sorry, just confirm the final lifting location for me. Thank you.
And the pippin should be coming out by the handrail, and then the final install location will be into the narrow telescoping part.
Works.
Frank, I'm at my green hook, making the turn, head back to you. Thanks.
Copy, Kate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. 15 is in the final location.
Copy, Ike.
I'm assuming it goes under the MLI because I don't see a hole in the MLI for it to go through.
That's affirmative, Ike. The MLI goes on top of the pippin. There is no hole for it. And Kate, you are heading to the right lower strut, radiator side, right lower strut sob interface.
4 hours, 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. Victor Glover. Moving on to the next task of covering some of the sections of the strut with multi-layer insulation, that white fabric that you see, just making sure all those parts are covered and no metal is exposed. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is coming back to the work site with a ratchet wrench in tow.
Frank, do you want me to go fast, or I know you said right lower?
Yep. Correct, Kate. So you're going to be essentially taking the same path that you took over to the WIF 38 area.
All right.
Near the WBS shot of the MLI. MLI is in place on the left mid-strut.
Copy, Ike.
What'd you say, Kate?
Oh, I'm just saying I'm back with you on P6 here.
Thank you.
And Ike, while you're in that area, can you make sure that the right lower strut zenith MLI is in place?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Should be the
shoulder.
I see it. Frank, it's in place.
Thanks, Ike. Yep, that's what we were looking for. All right, guys, as Kate, you're getting to your location, and Ike, you finish that up. Let me give you a big picture right now. So right now, the limiting consumable is EV2 battery at 754. We're about 45 minutes down on our timeline. Our goal right now is to finish the 2 Bravo config and get that right side lower strut as close in config as possible to the left side. And we're discussing plan forward right now. We don't think we can get to the minimum config for the 4 Bravo side, but we're hoping to possibly build the upper triangle and maybe tie it down before going in.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And guys, right now we're looking at about 4 hours and 15 minutes PET.
Great big picture words by Frank Rubio, the ground IV for today. Essentially, Rubins and Glover will work with the ratchet wrench to give the lower right strut just a little extra tug to make it nice and snug on that fixture at the base of the mass canister, making sure that it is stable on the 2 Bravo side. They are a little bit behind on the timeline because of their efforts to tie down some of these struts with the proper amount of torque. So the going in plan now is to just make sure that the bolts on this side, on the 2 Bravo side, that's the earth-facing side, are secure before moving on to the 4 Bravo side on the other side. Of course, they do have another spacewalk to go ahead and tackle the activities needed to install that modification kit, but they're going to go ahead and build the upper triangle that's on the very top of the configuration of the modification kit. and move on to go ahead and ingress or enter the Quest airlock and wrap up today's spacewalk. So the plan right now is to continue to address the 2 Bravo side, making sure that that is nice and snug and fit and complete the installation of that modification kit.
And Ike, next we're going to have you translate over to the left mid-strut adjustment collar bolts and do those. But before initiating your translation, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Copy. Strut gauntlets are in place. Are a bit dirtier with the fabric and the RCP look good.
And copy gauntlets and gloves, and understand dry hap, Mike?
That's correct. Hap is dry.
Okay, we copy. And you'll be translating down and around the canister to get over to the left side adjustment collar.
On the way. And is this the same translation considerations on the mounting hardware?
Affirmative. Yep, we are still able to translate, but we have to be extra careful with it. And Kate, when you have a chance, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay, and I've got the 2-inch socket from the PGT from the IEA onto the ratchet wrench with the pull test. Second gloves in.
Copy.
Victor Glover making his way up the left side of the structure. He's heading to the middle strut to do the same thing he did on the other side, just bolt down some of the bolts on the adjustable parts of that middle strut.
Copy nominal gloves, dry hap. Understand gauntlets are down. Okay. Okay, copy.
Again, the astronauts will continue to do these periodic glove and hap checks, making sure that there are no cuts or scrapes on their gloves, that their gauntlets or the fabric around their wrists are down, and that their hap, their helmet absorption pad on their head is dry. All 3 confirmed by both of the astronauts as they continue through these next steps.
Copy, Ike.
This strut, unlike the one on the right, is able to rotate the relative to the telescoping portion.
Okay, we copy and we see that rotation, Ike.
We also have some metal shavings on the upper portion right in 30. That's not actually right next to N30, but just on that side of the bracket. In the center where the threads, the big threads on the telescoping portion are. There's some metal shavings, if you can see that in my video.
Okay, understand the metal shavings. Unfortunately, we do not see them on the WVS. Are you able to point to it, to where you see it? Okay, thank you, Ike. We see that, and we think that that is not unexpected because of the teeth mechanism that's there. And so we're going to have you drive this with your long PGT. Your settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Right in front, I'm at the right lower strut in position.
Okay, copy, Kate. I'll have words for you here shortly.
Okay.
And so, Kate, you're just going to drive clockwise, and you're going to torque it to as high of a torque as you can get.
Copy.
And Kate, we'll take a turn count once you're complete.
Of course.
And Ike, for you, again, you're going to start with mic 30, the tab side, but it's probably a good idea to alternate sides and just keep a running turn count as you go with 2 turns on each side.
From the helmet camera of Kate Rubins, she is using the ratchet wrench to tie down that lower right strut. Just a little extra torque on that bolt to make sure it's nice and snug.
And Frank, real quick, I've got the ratchet on, 2-inch on, and all the torque I can, which is more than 30.5. Bolt did not move at all.
Okay, understand, Kate, and understand no turns at all.
Okay.
Guys, we're going to have a handover here in about 15 seconds. I'll catch you on the other side. Kate, we're discussing. We think we might be maxed out here.
If you are, I got maybe 16th of a turn there. But it's,
Another brief handover of that video from the International Space Station. This is just expected to be a few minutes to maybe even a matter of seconds until we regain that video. Again, Kate Rubins is using a ratchet wrench to perform a little extra torque on the lower right strut. Make sure that's nice and snug. The modification kit to the mast canister. In the meantime, Glover is over on the middle left strut performing some of the same techniques he was doing on the middle right strut. There's an adjustable section that he needs to drive some bolts and secure it in place, and he's performing those techniques.
Okay, guys, back with you. How do you read?
loud and clear.
Same.
Okay, I have you same. Ike, first, can you verify that your left safer handle is down? The team thought they might have seen something on video that didn't show it fully seated down.
Okay.
Rubins and Glover both working on the 2B side, the mast canister. If you can see from this view, at the very base of the rollout solar array, there is a soda can looking fixture. That's exactly where they are, on the earth-facing side.
Torqued out so that both of them are torqued out, and Mark 30 side, the tab side is close together, but the tab is still loose. It's like a 1/4 of an inch, and the Mark 29 is a 1/3 of an inch.
Okay. We copy, Ike, and we see that. Can you just verify that the tab still moves loosely, or is it tight?
The left taper handle is down. It was indeed up.
Okay, copy. Thanks, Ike.
And the tab moves. Tab is loose.
Okay, we see that. Thanks, Ike. Kate, the team was wondering if we could reposition so that you're in a position to pull on the wrench rather than push.
Yep, I can try that.
And Ike, we're discussing. I'll have further words for you here shortly.
You too.
Okay, Ike, we're going to drive each of the bolts back 2 turns. So your settings for that will be Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 5, counter 2, north.
All right, and Frank, I am in a pole position, a small angle between the ratchet wrench and the lower strut. It's not moving.
Okay, we see that, Kate. Yep, I think you're moving the whole structure, but the bolt is not moving.
Okay, I will stop doing that.
See, Frank, I backed them out to 2 turns each. And there's still a difference. The gap on the top, the tab side is still smaller.
Okay, understand. Tab side is still smaller. Okay, so Ike, we're going to drive forward with a higher setting, Bravo 7, clockwise 2, and you'll start with the side with the bigger gap, and just, again, alternating 2 turns either side.
How's it going down there, Kate?
It's good. I'm waiting for next from the team.
Yep, and Kate, we're still with you and we're still discussing.
Yep. No fret. No fret. No rush.
All right, Frank, I got 2 extra turns on the bottom, the M29 side, so the gap is a little more even. Now they're both 1/4 of an inch. The tab is still loose and they're both torquing out.
Okay, understand. 1/4 of an inch gap and both torquing out, and we see that the tab is still loose. And Ike, I think we're going to call it as far as torquing it. Could you verify, essentially do a wiggle test, but in the rotational axis? So try to rotate the two pieces. So it won't be the collar, but the telescoping piece and the bigger piece, and try to see if they rotate with each other.
Yeah, like the other side, they're secured together now. I cannot rotate relative to the telescoping piece or the wider piece. And they both rotate together. They don't twist relative to each other. But whatever is tension in there is holding them both.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike. And Ike and Kate, for both, we are discussing plan forward.
Okay, copy.
So Kate Rubins and Victor Glover both standing by, still on the 2B side of the International Space Station's Port 6 truss. They have installed the modification kit, and most of the bolts are secured. The teams on the ground are discussing the next steps, specifically for the lower right strut. Teams seem to be happy with the left middle strut, the adjustable section there. Glover going to attach some of the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric you see over that metal beam. In the meantime, the teams on the ground are still discussing the lower right strut, and we'll address it shortly.
I sure could use the best of the 80s soundtrack right now.
Yeah? You want me to sing it?
I would love that.
I do not think you want me to sing it.
Okay, Ike, it looks like you read our mind there. Thanks for putting that pippin in place and putting the MLI in place. After you're done with that mid-strut MLI, if you can just verify that the MLI on the remaining struts and pads is in place, that would be appreciated.
Will do.
All right, so Kate, we think we have enough time here to try to back this bolt out. So we're going to get it started with the wrench and then try to back it out with PGT.
So again, the modification kit on the 2 Bravo channel. This is the on the far port 6 truss, facing right down towards the earth. You can see a good view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover. They do have the kit installed. Victor Glover is just working to make sure all the different parts of the middle beam are covered with the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric. He's going to do a check of the entire structure. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is going to try one last time to back out that bolt on the lower right strut, which is being quite stubborn today, and give it one more go to see if it can secure that part of the structure to the base of the mass canister on the International Space Station.
All right, ratchet wrenches on the bolt. Let me know it turns counterclockwise.
Okay, Roger, Kate, and you can just brake torque with the wrench, and then we'll move on to the PGT.
All right, copy.
Maybe brake torque plus a couple turns just to make sure.
Recorder. And this is a pretty high running torque here. Half total. One total turn.
Copy, Kate, and you'll back it out with Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
I think I'm going to get 2 turns here.
Okay, understand.
All right, that's 2 turns.
Kate Rubins continuing to troubleshoot that lower strut, working with the pistol grip tool and the ratchet wrench to give it another attempt to securing that bolt on the bottom of the strut. In the meantime, the station is 261 statute miles over Venezuela, looking at the Caribbean just off in the distance and about to pass over Brazil.
Hey, before you leave that work site there, if you can just make sure that the MOI on the upper strut, where that meets the bracket, that is secure.
Hey Frank, I've already left the work site. The upper strut MOI is in place. I'm off the mounting bracket of the IPA structure completely. I'm back on the IEA.
All right, and Frank, say again, how many turns expected?
Kate, we're just going to drive the bolt completely out and do an inspection of the bolt and the interface. We anticipate approximately 10 turns.
Do you have an 10 turns? Driving.
Okay, Rubins, standing by for the number of turns needed to completely undo the bolt on the lower right strut. In the meantime, Victor Glover is going around the structure, the modification kit, and just making sure that all of the multi-layer insulation, the white fabric that's completely wrapping the modification kit, making sure all parts of that are secured.
And it looks like from what we saw in the WVS, the MOI on the left upper strut, so the triangle where the left upper strut and the bracket meet, wasn't quite in place. Are you able to translate back up there and address that?
Left upper strut. Okay, all right, go check.
And Frank, that was 7.5 turns. Back it out plus my 2, so pretty close. I'm taking a look at the interface for an inspection. I don't see anything on the threads. I'm going to steal my PGT and get a closer look.
Copy, Kate.
And I see the interface completely clean. The mass canister. I'll check the bolt now.
Okay. Copy, Kate, on the interface. And as you check the bolt, if you could depress it so that as many of the threads stick out as possible, that would be great.
Floor plan.
Hey Frank, do you want me to wait until she's done with this and then pre-installed, or do you want me to go look it down? It looks like both sides, the right and left upper strut. That's top, MOI nearest the mounting bracket is still folded up.
Yep, Ike, we concur on both sides, and we'll just wait until we're done with this lower strut so we're not applying unnecessary stress on the structure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that when I was on the correct side. I adjusted the MOI on the lower strut, the top part of the lower strut.
Yep, no worries. That's a tough angle to see from where you are.
Okay. Hopefully you've got this in Hecka. Pushing the bolt in. I see the same, I call it yellowish orange in the threads, starting from the point away from the bolt head at the point at thread number 4. Going up 8 threads. Actual thread itself was fine.
We copy, Kate, and that was a great view. Thank you. It's okay. We'll try to drive again. And if you can try to manually align and start turns.
Spacewalk team here in Mission Control Houston, inspecting that bolt, getting great views with the high-definition camera. Mentioned it looked good, so they're going to go ahead and try to reinstall the lower strut to the base of the mass canister.
Canted a little bit. I'd say a millimeter or two, and it will not rotate.
Okay, I understand the spherical bearing essentially is misaligned and you're not able to push it into proper alignment.
Sure. And that would not work.
Okay, we're checking. Okay.
A ret would not work. That's the negative.
Copy, Kate. I'll have words for you shortly.
Okay. I could possibly use the ratchet wrench on one side, but it's not moving, but we'll wait for your go.
It's okay. We think, unfortunately, this is very similar to what we saw on the other side. So we'll try similar to what we did, just hand start and drive the bolt and see if that aligns it as we drive it.
As your hand started, it's 2 turns, right?
Yes, sir.
And I've got a proposal for you, Frank. Why don't I hand start it as far as I can?
Okay, that works for us. Thanks, Kate.
Three. Five turns. Five turns on the handstand.
Copy, 5 turns. And your settings will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 7. Clockwise 2. Set. And total turns we were expecting on this, got 5 down.
So, Kate, the total turn should have been around 14, and so we're looking for another, oh, correction, 16, so we're looking for another 11 turns, but really we just want you to drive it to torque at this point.
Okay, and work.
All right, so a few hand tightening techniques, a couple extra turns with the hand, and now using the pistol grip tool. We'll see how this works for the last attempt for the installing the lower strut.
23.0. Good green light. Oh, that's a low torque. Sorry. Okay. Here's my good torque. 25.4. That's another 5 turns plus a half after the low torque.
Okay, we see it, Kate, and we see the wiggle as you move it. Can you do manual ratchet at 30.5?
Work. Yes.
Copy, Kate. Understand, torqued out. Didn't look like you got any additional turns.
Yeah, negative. No movement.
Okay, copy, Kate. And at this point, we'll just take whatever turns you can get with the ratchet wrench. And Ike, at this point, you have a go to address that MOI at the top of the triangle.
The quarter turn. Another 8. Third 8. And that's it. And it's, I don't know if you can see it in Hector. It is canted from the side to side. And with that last 8, the bolt head is fully seated against the receptacle interface at the top. I think that's all you're going to get.
Okay, we copy and we see that, Kate. If you could just do one additional wiggle test for us.
Yeah, no problem. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, ready for the wiggle test?
Ready.
So in my view, from the label M19, we call that top to bottom, which is the base of the joint. I've got no motion. How I'm looking at it, zenith meter, no motion. Left to right, I've got just a little bit. And the bolt is hitting closest to the M19.
Okay, I understand a little bit of left to right motion with the bolt hitting closest to M19.
And in that axis, no movement.
Copy. Okay, what distance do you estimate between the black line being flush at its current location?
We get an eyes on. About a millimeter, possibly 2 millimeters.
Okay, copy. 1 to 2 millimeters.
The degree of off-centeredness is, look at the bolt head completely flush.
Copy. Thanks, Kate. Okay, we're discussing. I'll have words for you shortly.
So Kate Rubins was able to undo the bolt on the lower right strut, which has been giving some difficulty on the installation process here. Was able to reinstall it using the pistol grip tool and given an extra tug with the ratchet wrench, giving it a little extra torque. She's showing minimal movement from some of her wiggle tests. Now the engineers here in Mission Control Houston are assessing some of the next steps, making sure that that is good to go before they head into potential wrap-up procedures to end today's spacewalk. Just waiting for word from Mission Control on some of these next steps.
The line's a little trickier when I'm running a VOT.
While Rubins waits for some guidance from Mission Control on the status of the lower strut, Glover is continuing to secure that multi-layer insulation, the white fabric that completely surrounds the modification kit, making sure all parts of the multi-layer insulation are completely secure.
All right, Kate, so first thing we're going to have you do is go ahead and do a socket swap from the ratchet wrench to the PGT, and then we'll stow the ratchet wrench in the 2 Bravo bag.
Okay, copy. Swap back to the PGT and the IEA.
Kid, I'm right behind you on the...
Okay, copy.
Sure.
Pull test from the socket 2 inches back on the PGT and the IEA.
Copy, Kate. And Kate, you can stow that ratchet in the 2 Bravo bag.
All right, and taking a look. The Ike is and our tethers, maybe. My tether is underneath him, so I propose I leave it on structure, and if he's getting the 2 Bravo bag, he pick it up, otherwise I have to cross tethers. bring in the PGT back in the bag as well?
Okay, we agree with your plan for the ratchet wrench. We're discussing the plan forward, which is going to affect what we're going to do with the PGT, so I'll have words for you shortly on that.
Okay, I'll throw the ratchet wrench right next to the PGT. It's got an adjustable on it.
Kate Rubins and Victor Glover wrapping up some of their work on the 2B work site. This is the 2 Bravo power channel on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station's Port 6 truss, the very far end of the port side. Right now, Mission Control is discussing some of those next steps given the timeline ahead. The configuration of the modification kit meets the minimum requirements needed to just keep it there in place. It is tied down. They may readdress it on a future space walk to give the bolts a couple extra turns and make sure that it is secure and ready to hold those solar arrays expected later this year. While they deconfigure their work site, redo their tethers, and put away some of their tools, they're just standing by for some words on what to expect next.
They grabbed the PGT too, or are we still waiting on that?
We're still waiting on that.
Okay. That's the ratchet.
Right.
This is the helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. She's standing by for words from Mission Control on some of the next steps. She's hanging onto one of the handrails at the integrated electronics assembly that holds the batteries that store power drawn from the 2B power channel. The solar arrays there and store power in new lithium-ion batteries.
So the first thing is great job on working through the 2 Bravo side. I know there were some challenges there, so thanks for sticking with us. The good thing is that structure is in a safe config for ISS, and it can currently will not affect BGA movement or loads, and so we're in a safe config there.
Excellent news, Frank.
The plan forward, as we see it, is we're going to reposition the APFR over to the 4 Bravo side with 37, and that way it's available for the next EVA. Our goal will be to clean up the 2 Bravo site and then go up to the 4 Bravo side, build the upper triangle, and then see where we are from there. Most likely, we're going to look at tie-down options for that. And we do have a handover here in 20 seconds, so I'll have more for you guys on the other side.
A good summary from as we lose video from a handover of some of that, some of the feeds from the International Space Station. We had a good summary from ground IV Frank Rubio. Essentially, the modification kit that Rubins and Glover both installed on the 2B power channel is in a good configuration for now. They may readdress some of those struts and during a later spacewalk, but for now it's in a safe configuration to take the loads that go with space station attitude control and the flight there.
And Kate and Ike, back with you. How do you read?
Yes, that's cool.
Okay, I have the same. And Kate, you had a question right before the handover?
Yeah, would you like me to start getting the WIFX and APFR on my BRT?
Yes, Kate, that would be great, and that'll be your primary task, will be to reposition that APFR WIFX.
Frank, if we're only building the upper triangle on the other side, do we need, what do you want to do PGT-wise in the bags? We have the long one on my swing arm and the short one's on the IEA. I think I need both. I copy.
And I copy you, Ike.
And Ike, we're checking on that.
Frank, CB1, do you copy? So I've got the WIFX and APFR. That is on my BRT. Those are out.
So, Ike, we agree with your plan. We should only need the short PGT to build the upper triangle. And so if you want to swap out, you can leave the long PGT on the 2 Bravo side and take the short PGT with you.
Am I leaving the bag or am I folding up the bag now?
We're gonna leave the bag for now, Ike.
Okay.
Okay, Frank, I've got the WIFX and I'm headed back inboard the triangle and then.
Copy, Kate. And Kate, right now on video, we're seeing that your ingress aid is still extended. Ike, do you want to do a visual on that? Just make sure that you don't need to address that before she starts to translate.
All I see is the sun right now. Can you get it where you can see it, Kate?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I see it. It is.
Yeah, got it.
So again, the modification kit on the 2B power channel, you can see a really good view from this angle as the sun sets in into an orbital nighttime. Station is on the...
Still limiting consumable. We're about 2 hours down on the timeline. To build the upper triangle and get it properly stowed, we are looking at going slightly over 7 hours. I just want to see how you guys are feeling and what your thoughts are on that plan.
maybe.
Yeah, let's just be careful. We've got enough time to do a good ingress.
That does account for plenty of time for ingress, Kate. Yep.
So it sounds like the crew is up for going on the other side, on the 4 Bravo side that faces space.
The translation path is going to look very similar from when you went and got the ratchet wrench.
As the sun sets into an orbital nighttime, they're continuing to wrap up their work site on the 2 Bravo side. Rubins about to take the portable foot restraint over to the other side. And Glover working with some of the pistol grip tools, making sure he has the right one to take over to the 4 Bravo side. Their next task is to build the upper triangle, which was the first task of today for the 2 Bravo side. They'll start that on the other side and simply just tie it down, leave it in a good configuration, nice and tight for them to address it on the next spacewalk scheduled for March 5th. Rubins will head out the hatch with Soichi Noguchi next Friday.
Copy, Ike, and then you can begin your translation to the 4 Bravo side. Yours is a much friendlier translation. You should just be able to go zenith on the outboard forward aspect of the IAA.
Right, I'm at the triangle.
Copy. I'm at the bag.
And Ike, once you are at the bag, you can go ahead and secure the bag open.
Good work.
Guys, for your situational awareness, we are moving the arm for improved camera views.
Frank, I went up the triangle. You missed, I believe, and now headed back in to ensure that a correct path. Sorry, back out, C6.
Yep, it's okay to understand you are on the zenith aspect of the trunnion structure, correct?
Confirmed.
Okay, so you will head outboard, and when you get to the near aspect of the IEA, you'll head aft.
I'm going to put down a local.
During an orbital nighttime, Rubins and Glover, both heading over to the other side of the Port 6 truss, now on the space-facing side. They'll start some of the work on the 4B channel, getting some of their tools in place and ready to access very quickly on the next spacewalk.
Okay, do you have a handrail number for us in your current location?
APFR FX is a thing. Translate with 16 map. 5385. I copy that I'm headed outward.
Copy 5385.
Flight controllers checking Rubins' location. One of her tasks is to stow the portable foot restraint that she's been using throughout the duration of today's spacewalk. Get it nice and close to her work site that she'll have to address next spacewalk. She'll once again take the role of going in the portable foot restraint, perform a lot of the same tasks that she performed today, just on the other side of the Port 6 truss. The other tasks that Rubins and Glover will both attempt to tackle will be the construction of the upper triangle. This was the first section of the bracket that was built at the beginning of today's spacewalk, and will eventually be mounted on the top portion of the mast canister. That's the first portion of the modification kit that needs to be installed, though it will likely not be installed during this spacewalk. It'll be installed later. So what they'll do is they'll just construct that upper bracket and then tie it down, make it nice and secure, so they can go ahead and just grab it on the next spacewalk.
Hey, Kate, if you can just hold your current position, we'll have a translation path for you here shortly.
I'm at 5316. I'm following it back to my green hook, I think.
Okay, Frank, the badge is open. Will you get started on the upper triangle?
Roger. Ike, you have a go to start the upper triangle. I'll have words for you here shortly. Hey, Kate.
Over there, Kate?
I'm waiting for some translation passwords from the ground. I'm just going to drop a local. I'm at 5327.
Copy.
All right, Kate. I think we have your location. Sorry about that. We missed a slight turn there. So you just need to go slightly outboard to the IEA, and then you'll move forward, translate across the IEA.
The outboard to the IEA?
Yep, 5333. That handrail path should take you forward. Next handrail should be 5332. When you get to the forward aspect, we just want to make sure, verify that your safety tether is routed correctly, and you should be heading back inboard. All right, so Ike, for you, we're going to go ahead and retrieve the right upper strut, which is going to be straps 1 and 2, and we're going to assemble that to the mounting bracket.
It works. Hey, Frank, is the intention to have that MLI in place, the stuff I just did, on the other side after this upper triangle is built?
No, essentially we're just going to build the upper triangle, and then we're going to temp stow it on top of the IEA.
Okay, so you don't install that MLI until after you install it on the mass canister?
Hey, Kate. You are on the correct face, but we think you're heading outboard. You need to head inboard towards the trunnion structure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, you're basically going back to where Ike's green hook is, and then you'll head zenith towards your green hook.
Copy.
So like clarifying words, yes, as you are building the triangle, we will need that MLI in place.
Another short handover from our tracking and data relay satellites should be regaining that communication here shortly, especially audio in just a few seconds. Glover is busy building the upper triangle portion of the next modification kit that'll go on the 4 Bravo truss. Okay, Rubins is following her translation path, or her path towards the stow location for her portable foot restraint that she used for today's spacewalk. She's just going to put it in a location close to where she'll need it for the next spacewalk on Friday.
Okay, the tab is inserted to the right for strut. It has 2 turns on each bolt.
And Ike, I apologize. Can you say again last transmission?
Turns on each bolt by hand, and the tab is inserted ready for PGT settings, I believe.
Okay, roger that. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
North.
And you're going to drive 4 turns on mic 13 and mic 14. 4 turns only.
I passed my green hook and back out first.
Roger, Kate. And at this time, you're going to head outboard to the near edge of the IEA. And similar, you'll take the handrail path across to the aft section of the IEA.
Was that Bravo 3, clockwise 2, 4 turns total?
Affirmative. Bravo 3, clockwise 2, 2 additional turns for 4 turns total.
A little difficult to see as the station is in an orbital nighttime. Now 260 statute miles. Just over Malaysia now, heading on a northeastern course, but Glover has the pistol grip tool in hand and is constructing the upper triangle, some of the steps that he just did earlier on today's spacewalk. One of the first tasks he did, he's just getting the upper triangle built for the next spacewalk.
Roger, Ike. Kate, as you get to the corner there, you may want to fair lead on handrail 5338. Ike, next you're going to be retrieving the left upper strut and assembling that to the center pad.
And I see a 5340.
Copy, 5340, that's correct. Okay, once that fair lead is in place, you'll head outboard to the outermost edge of the IEA.
Set it up first. All right, I'm back in your territory.
Awesome.
I had a journey.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay. I am at the keel, the 534 and 5359.
Say again, please, Kate.
I'm at 5364 and 5359, and I'll take a progressive taxi to the west.
Roger. Yep, and now you'll start moving station forward. You're looking for width 37.
All right, and you want me to move down the IEA? Or you want me to go on this triangle?
Yep, you'll have to go on the other side of the A-frame there.
Okay.
Yeah, Kate, there's not a great path here, so you can go up and over the A-frame or on top of the batteries to get around the A-frame.
Up and over the A-frame.
Copy. And Ike, you're going to be installing the left upper strut, L7, to the center pad.
Center pad first, okay. Inward.
Ike headed towards you. See with 37.
Okay, copy with 37. Your clocking is going to be 6.
Copy, and thanks for the taxi.
Okay, 2 turns. Left upper strut to the center side pole.
Ike, your PGT settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy.
And you'll be driving clockwise 2.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Good words. You'll drive Mike 17 to torque.
PGT popped up, have your count again. Okay. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. And driving into torque.
Affirmative.
Let me know if I'm getting in your way at all.
Okay, we got 7 turns, level point on torque green lights. Back line is flush.
Ike, we copy 7 turns, black line flush. Can you repeat the torque, please?
11.8, 11.8.
Copy 11.8, checking those numbers. All right, Ike, that is a good bolt on Mike 17. You can release the rets from the right strut.
Copy. Work. The right strut is released.
Okay, next you're going to be installing the left.
This mounting bracket is right next to your helmet, so big hunk of metal.
Copy.
Go ahead, Frank.
Like you'll be installing the left upper struts to the mounting bracket. You can hand start those 2 bolts.
Work.
Glover continuing to assemble that upper triangle for the next modification kit on the 4B channel. There are 3 points that he needs to bolt. 2 of them have been completed. This last section will complete the work to construct that upper triangle. The plan as of now is once that upper triangle is completely bolted together and constructed, Glover will work to use different wire ties to tie down the upper bracket in place and leave it there to be installed on the next spacewalk on March 5th.
Copy, Ike. Your PGT settings will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2. You'll be driving both of these bolts for 4 turns total, 2 additional turns. And Kate, for you, once you have the WIFX installed with a clocking of 6, the current settings for the WIFX and the APFR.
Yeah, Frank, I'm just still working on the copy.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, no worries.
Frank, Bravo 3, clockwise 2. Or 2 more for 4 total turns.
Copy, Ike.
All right, and for the clocking, is the stripe on that pointing towards the mass canister or towards the IEA? It's too dark to see.
Kate, the handrail should be pointing towards the IEA to have the proper clocking.
Thank you. That is clutch. Handrail towards IEA.
And Kate, once you get that installed, the current settings are good to go. The only thing we got to make sure is that the ingress aid is folded down and retracted to its max position.
Okay, Frank, ready for service.
Okay, Ike, you'll be driving Mike 16 to torque. We anticipate 20 additional turns for a total of 24 turns.
Okay, Mike 16.
Kate Rubins wrapping up her efforts for stowing the portable foot restraint. It needs to be in a certain configuration to make sure it is in a proper stowed position. Again, it'll be retrieved next spacewalk. It's just in a location that's close and can be easily retrieved for the spacewalk on Friday. In the meantime, Glover, this is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. You can see the translucent number 20 on the bottom right. He is wrapping up the installation, the construction rather, of the upper triangle, working on those last 2 bolts to secure it together. Once it is fully constructed, Rubins is scheduled to go ahead and help him out, gather some wire ties, and temporarily stow it next to the work site here. It will not be installed on the mast canister today. It'll just be in a temporary stowed position, just wired down and making sure it is secure before they go ahead and wrap up today's spacewalk.
And Kate?
Green light, 18.3 on the torque.
Copy, 18.3. Did you say 15 turns, Mike?
0, 20 turns.
I'm having trouble getting it engaged at any clocking, Frank.
Copy, Kate. We're checking. And can you verify that black line was flush on Mike 16?
Line flush. Sometimes the locking collar is sticky. Will it rotate to black on black, Kate?
Well, not right.
No. Okay.
All right, Ike, that torque is good, or that bolt is good to go. You'll do the same for Mike 15, approximately 20 additional turns.
Good work.
Okay. Frank, I got it in. For the clocking of 10. I believe it's really hard first.
And Kate, can you repeat last? You said you were able to get it in with a clocking of what?
Clocking, I think it's 10 is pointing towards the IEA. And I've got locks, black on black, good pull and twist test.
Right, 19 turns, 18.3 on the torque, green light. Black line flush.
Roger, understand. Black line flush and checking those numbers, Ike.
Frank, I can confirm for you that the ingress aid is folded down and locked.
Okay, we copy Kate, and we also copied the good pull twist test. We're just trying to figure out the orientation. We'll have words for you here shortly. And Kate, we're going to have you hold in your current position. We're about 5 minutes away from a day pass, and we're hoping that that's going to be able to help as far as situational awareness for the team.
Copy.
And Ike, you can release the red from the left upper strut.
Okay.
North.
Out of your way.
No, I just giving you awareness.
Thank you.
That upper strut red is after the bag.
Roger, Ike. Next, we're going to drive Mike 14 and 13. So this will be the right upper strut to the mounting bracket.
Bravo 3D, clockwise to right. Bravo 3, clockwise to.
Affirmative.
Standing right this west. I'm in a non-optimal position. Put it in. A good position would be where Ike and the triangle are. So I'm fighting against this frame here. And I think you probably leave it in at 10 and close it later when I can get in a better position.
Okay. Kate, that sounds like a good plan. So we'll just have you follow your translation back around, your translation path back around the IEA and to the inboard aspect of the bag, next Ike.
In the DRT bag.
Rubins and Glover side by side working on two different tasks. Glover, you see from helmet camera number 20 here, is driving those final bolts. He did install 2 of the 3 sides of this triangle, just working on the bolts on that final side. In the meantime, Rubins is trying to get a good configuration to secure that portable foot restraint to its workside interface location, temporary stowed position, so it's easily accessible next spacewalk.
On the torque, M14, black line flush.
Copy 19 turns, 18.4 green light, black line flush. And you can push to Mike 13, same settings.
Good work. Okay, 19 turns, 18.4 green light, black line flush.
Okay, understand 19, 18.4 green light, black line flush for Mike 13.
That's true.
Okay, Mike Those are both 2 good bolts. Mike 13 and Mike 14 are both 2 good bolts.
About to enter into an orbital sunrise. You'll start to see the views here get a little bit brighter. We can see some of the work that Glover has been doing to construct this triangle. That sun should illuminate his work a little bit better. Also, we should get a better view of Kate Rubins' work to temporarily stow the portable foot restraint. Though from this particular angle, we are having some ratty coverage with her helmet camera.
Yes, I get visual of you. The power temperature.
All right, guys. Strong work. Now we're transitioning to tying down the triangle on top of the IEA. But first, I'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check. I'll start with you, Ike.
Yeah. Cap is dry. Gauntlets are in place. The red glove looks good.
Inward.
My left index finger got a right where the RTV is missing. I need to get some better light on it. It's a weird lighting right now. Right at the intersection of the second and third digit or joint and the independent outboard side, closest to my thumb. The RTV is missing. It looks like a small hole in the RTV, in the fabric.
Standing by your check.
Okay, Ike, we copy and we see at least part of that on the WVS. You can go ahead and just take as much time as you need to do a proper inspection on that.
Mr. with us?
So, Craig, I can't tell if there's a hole in the fabric or if that's just the fabric, the weave of the fabric. I'm thinking it's the weave of the fabric. Out under the RTV where I can see it clearly.
Okay. We copy, Ike.
When Kate gets over here, maybe I can show you and have a suggest for yourself.
And for my glove check?
Yep, and that's exactly what we were thinking, Ike.
Nominal. Nominal. Cause the RTV peeling in the right middle finger, dry half, and I'll have it ready.
Copy, Kate.
If you want inboard and then down the IEA.
Affirmative.
Frank, are we going to use a long duration pattern tether on this? And if so, I can maybe still one now.
We are, Ike. We're going to use both long duration tie-down tethers.
Where? To the mounting bracket or to the handrails?
Yep, and correction, we're actually going to use 3 long-duration tie-downs. Like disregard last, it'll just be 2 long-duration tie-down tethers, and they will be on each of the handrails on the upper struts.
Oh, copy.
I am to your left.
Copy, see ya.
Nearing the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk, Glover has completed the construction of that upper bracket. His next task will be to go ahead and secure that upper triangle to the truss of the International Space Station. It won't be installed on the mast canister for this spacewalk, but it will be easily accessible and already constructed, ready to go for the next spacewalk coming up March 5th. And you can see just beyond that upper triangle, the portable foot restraint is stowed in its position. That was the work that Kate Rubins did just a little earlier.
You tractor on my left hand?
Yep, I'm pointing it.
I don't know where to move it to, so I'm just going to hold still.
You just hold still and view. Should have a view. Can you confirm?
Yep, it's the finger is centered on the camera. Can you just get the get your hand closer to the camera?
I'm bringing the camera closer to the finger.
That works too.
Maybe a little down for the light. Okay. I think that's fabric. If you look at the bottom of that digit, you see some bigger spaces in the fabric. It just stands out because it's in that center of a hole in the RTV. Gap in the RTV.
Okay, so we'll, I think we have as good a view as we're going to get. We'll just attempt to minimize that hand, minimize the use of that hand as we finish up the tie down and clean up, and then head back to the airlock.
Copy.
Engineers here in Mission Control Houston taking a look at Victor Glover's left glove.
The upper triangle on top of the IEA. I'll kind of walk you in. The center pad is going to be facing outboard, and the bracket is going to be facing inboard with the hooks pointing up. The triangle is going to be centered on the middle battery in the middle row of batteries. So the triangle is essentially sitting smack in the middle of the IEA with the bracket facing inboard.
Okay, copy.
So that triangle will essentially sit right on top of the lithium-ion batteries that make up the interface of the electronics assembly that they're referencing. This is pretty close to the work site for the next spacewalk. They have the proper configuration. And they'll just, the next step will be to just tie it down.
The bag, that should get us all the way to the center of the IEA. Okay, Frank, hooks up, and was it center pad outboard or center pad inboard?
The center pad is outboard, and the bracket is inboard.
Okay. So it's going to sit like this.
180. Uh-huh.
It's going to sit. So that's, let's see.
Center pad's got to be upwards to 180, but...
This is the center pad.
Oh, thank you, sorry.
So it's going to be like this on that battery.
I gotcha.
And, see, I can go over there. Let's see. Where are we going to hook it?
Yep, so Ike, your description was correct. And on the side nearest to you, so on the forward aspect, it'll be on handrail 5353. And on the aft aspect, it'll be on the opposite handrail, 5306.
We've got a 5355. If you want 53.
Where, can you tell us where that 5353 might be?
Yeah, sorry guys, we had an incorrect number here, so it's 5350 is what you're looking for on the forward aspect.
I've got that.
Okay. We're going to need to extend those long duration tie-down tethers.
Mm-hmm. On 5350, do you have a preference for outboard or inboard stanchion, the line bus?
No preference, Kate.
All right. Thank you. Am I folding up the bag on the 2 Bravo side?
Ike, we will be folding up that bag. We'll just finish this side together and then have you translate down there to pick up that bag. Guys, we have a handover in about 10 seconds. I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Once again, another handover of some of the video coming down from the International Space Station. Rubins and Glover are tying down the constructed upper triangle that makes up the modification kit of the 4B channel, power channel.
So, and then go get it.
Okay, I'll stay here with the tether is on it. It's on the handrail.
I see. Yeah, you're just going to have to pass that to me.
Absolutely. I'll extend it, and then I'll pitch this thing down to you.
Yeah.
And guys, I'm back with you. On the opposite, on the aft side of the IEA, you'll be looking for handrail 5349.
Copy 5349 on the opposite side of the IEA. I'm headed there. Mike's going to hand it to me across the IEA.
Copy, Kate.
Back on board the International Space Station, this is Victor Glover handling the upper triangle. Rubins has made her way to the other side of the integrated electronics assembly to get a good handle on the other side of that upper triangle. She's going to help to tie down the upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly right on top of the batteries. Keep it in a nice tied down stowed position ready to access in the next spacewalk. We're now a little over 6 hours into today's spacewalk.
Yeah, this was not as easy to extend.
Okay.
Give me a second.
No problem.
All right, lift the center pad out forward. I only got about a foot and a half of it out.
I'll get the rest. Actually, that might be fine.
It looks like you've got plenty.
For now. All right, Frank, I have second long duration tie down tether to 5349.
Copy 5349. That's a good handrail number.
Would you like us to cinch these together simultaneously? I need to do this one.
Affirmative, Kate. Cinching them together will work best to cinch it down properly.
Okay. Well, hold on. I'm not ready.
Yeah, me neither. Don't worry.
And Ike, you may also have to close the bag before you cinch it down to get proper.
Wrap around your left foot.
What's around my left?
The long duration tie down tether now. So your feet are kind of in a bad spot. If you swing them inboard, more in line with the handrails, perfect. I've got the strap in hand and we're in a good orientation.
Okay.
When you're ready to cinch, I'm ready to cinch.
I am as well. Let's go
Hey,
slow.
Ike, before you guys cinch down, we will need that bag closed, and so you have the best essay there, whether you need to do that before or after you cinch down.
Not sure what you said. If it's about the bag lid, I'll get that in a minute. I'm not worried about the bag lid.
Okay, copy. That's fine.
Okay, we got a lot of sight.
Yep. I'm going to pull it evenly. A bit more. Are you done cinching?
Say again?
Are you done?
I don't know. How tight do we want it?
Well, I think if we go at the same time, you can get it down pretty tight.
I mean, just go until we can't pull.
Yep.
Pretty good now. I've also got to be able to close the buckle. I don't think we want to.
Okay. Sure.
Hey, Kate, from what we're seeing on the HECA, it looks like the strap might have come out of the alignment on the top metal there, on the bottom side of the buckle. you'll have to feed that strap.
Mine did too.
Both Rubins and Glover are working with long-duration tie-down tethers. This will help secure that upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly right on top of the lithium-ion batteries. That will be its stowed position for the next few days until they're able to go out again on March 5th. Rubins will head out the hatch with Soichi Noguchi to conduct the next spacewalk. This will be one of the first items on their agenda to dismount the upper triangle and install it onto the mast canister of the 4B power channel.
Nice job. Good hand dexterity there.
Hey, you threaded how many bolts by hand today?
All right, guys, so while you're working on that, just want to let you know we are at 6 hours and 11 minutes of PET. EV2 battery is still the limiting consumable at 7 hours and 52 minutes. And again, the plan is here to close 4B, pick up the bag at 2B, and then head back and ingress.
Okay. All right, for this tether, do you need it MLI over the buckle? Do you need any of the straps in? It goes on the outside with the wire tether.
Yep, Kate, so you'll want to close the thermal cover, fold up the strap on top of it, and then use the wire tie on top of that.
Thanks.
So again, securing the upper triangle to the integrated electronics assembly. This was constructed ahead of time in preparation for a spacewalk next Friday to continue the work of installing the modification kits for future solar array upgrades. This is the last item on the task list today. After this, they'll clean up their work site on the 4B channel, wrap around to the other side on the 2B channel where they spent most of their time today, pick up the strut bag that carried the struts needed to install the modification kit. They'll pick that up and bring it back to the airlock to complete today's spacewalk. Now 6 hours, 13 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Frank, big picture, we'll take that.
Yep, Kate, that looks like a good tie down on the upper triangle, and so you'll translate back around to the other side of the IEA. We'll finish closing up the bag up here on the 4 Bravo side, and then Ike will translate down to the 2 Bravo side and fold up the bag there, and then we'll head in and ingress.
Okay, you want us to both work on one bag at a time, or do you want me to go work on the 2 Bravo bag? The strap is disconnected. The lead straps are disconnected.
It's your preference at this point, Ike, but yeah, we think Kate, if you're okay with it, finish closing up this bag. I can head down and start folding up the other bag.
You do that?
Yep.
Okay. See you shortly.
So that wraps up the tasks for today. They completed the tie down of that upper bracket to the integrated electronics assembly. Now it's ready to access for the next spacewalk. Now they'll just divide and conquer. You can see Victor Glover already on his way to the other side, to the 2B channel, already at the empty bag. This carried the struts needed to install the modification kit on the 2B power channel, which they completed earlier in the spacewalk. Rubins will remain on the other side and just wrap up and close the bag on the 4B side. That bag will remain on the truss. Glover will go ahead and close up this bag on the 2B side since it is empty and take it back in with him. The modification kit on the 2B power channel is in a good configuration. They may go back and just take a look at some of the bolts on a later spacewalk, but for now it's in a good configuration, can handle the loads given on the space station with attitude control and all of that. In the meantime, they'll just wrap up today's activities and head back in to conclude today's EVA.
And Ike, just for your essay, PGT number 8 should be in bag number 2. We just want to make sure that that's off before it gets stowed.
Copy. It is OFF. Strip bag 2.
Copy off. And Ike, as you're closing up the 2 Bravo bag. We got a really good inventory through here at WVS, but we only see 1 camera. Just want to verify you see 2 cameras.
Camera 0 is on the opposite side of the one you can see.
Okay, copy. Understand. Thanks.
No problem.
Hey, Frank, I got straps Alpha through Delta and cinched down.
Copy, Kate. And that looks like a good config.
Okay. Give me a survey.
Okay, and so Kate, that looks like a good config on the 4 Bravo bag. You can head back towards your green hook.
Copy. How you doing, Ike? Do you need any help?
That's all the help you want to give, but go ahead, be the green hook, and I'll be behind you shortly.
Okay. Now for P6.
See ya.
So a quick recap, the astronauts are completing their tasks for today. You see from the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
What we were seeing, your space bag folding skills are pretty solid.
Thank you, sir.
This is the empty bag that carried out the struts where he and NASA astronaut Kate Rubins constructed the modification kit on the 2B power channel. He's going to take that empty bag back with him to the airlock. Rubins is already on her way. She checked out the portable foot restraint, looked good in a good configuration. The bag was all closed with all the tools that they'll need for the next spacewalk. Now they're just going to go ahead and head back to the airlock and conclude today's spacewalk.
Slightly outboard and wait for Ike. You'll be leading on the way back to the airlock.
Okay. Copy. I will head later. I've got my safety tether pack reassembled. Ike's green hook.
Copy, Kate.
Alright, fruit by the foot is done. I'm going to get this pumped up on my VOC and hit back.
Looks good to us, Ike.
A great view of the port truss on the far left side. You can see Victor Glover wrapping up his procedures. He's just folding up the bag. He's going to tie it to his body restraint tether and take it with him all the way back to the airlock. In the meantime, Kate Rubins, you see off to the right, she's in the suit with the red stripes. She's just hanging on, waiting for Victor Glover to finish up. She's already finished her tasks, making sure the foot restraint is secured, and as well as the triangle bracket, the upper triangle, secured to the International Space Station. Both of them have completed their tasks for today and are heading back to the airlock to wrap up today's activities. The two of them successfully installed a modification kit to the 2B power channel. You can see it on the mast canister over there on the far side, kind of where Victor Glover is. It's the white structure in front of the mast canister. That's the soda can looking structure at the base of the solar arrays. That modification kit will house a future solar array upgrade. IROSA solar arrays will be deployed from that modification kit. Right now, that modification kit is in a good configuration. Teams on the ground will assess to make sure it's good to go. They can also address it on a later spacewalk if needed. But the primary task for the next spacewalk on March 5th will be to duplicate the efforts that we saw today on the 2B power channel. They'll just do it on the other side, on the 4B power channel, sort of at the bottom left of your screen.
You'll be heading to 5309 to retrieve your green hook. And Kate, we lost Hecka. If you're able to recycle power, appreciate it.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Hey, I see you. Found it. Frank, did you get Hecka back?
Okay, we copied and we're checking the config now.
Okay. I'm going to head in or wait for Ike to put it back.
And Ike, after you pick up your green hook, if you can check on that glove real quick, and then you guys can initiate your translation back to the airlock.
Alright, people set a tag. Next to normal, both wheels unlocked. Okay, from the previous report.
Copy, Ike. Okay, we copy.
Give me just a second. Get ahead of you here.
And with
just for your essay, we have about 10 minutes left on this day pass.
And with that, their work is done. You see Victor Glover on the left there with an empty bag in tow. That bag carried the struts you see off to the left there. At the mast canister at the base of the solar array is the white structure covered in multi-layer insulation. They completed their tasks for today, and Kate Rubins and Victor Glover both making their way along the port truss back to the Quest airlock to wrap up today's activities. They have about 10 minutes of daylight left. We might see the sunset as they enter the Quest airlock and conclude today's spacewalk. Rubins taking the lead as Glover trails back to the Quest airlock. The two spacewalking astronauts on the International Space Station are flying 270 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, about to cross into an orbital nighttime.
Hey, Kate.
Yeah.
Never mind, I can get it for you. I think this is your safety tether.
Oh, did it grab on something?
It's from...
Pause.
Okay, so we can back here. Oh, no, I caught on my safety tether.
Nice catch on that, Ike.
See it. You got the brake pedals, right?
I will, yes. Okay, Frank, crossing under the port seat cart. Take it on the inboard side, I'll hit those brakes twice.
Okay, copy. Good words, Ike. And that's for both the port and starboard seat brakes.
Big presses. And that works a lot better than in the pool.
Roger, Ike.
Right, inboard of the seat cart.
Cross CMT on the starboard seat of cart. Now I'm at my safety tether anchor. Switching the engine board.
Tad easier without EV3 and EV4.
A tad.
A tad.
Okay, and the overseat cart brake pedal 1.
We copy. Thanks, Ike. And Ike, before you head down the CETA spur, we want you to verify that both safety tethers are clear of the MT path.
Copy.
The top of the CETA spur.
Visual. Okay, Frank. The safety tethers are meter face 1. And when we both go down the CETA spur, they'll be kind of snugged up like a little fair lead off the covered lab strut. And I believe that keeps them clear of the key translation test.
We copy, Ike, and we concur. And as a reminder, you will be ingressing the airlock first, Ike.
I'm going to just head aft, make room for him.
Great views as the two astronauts make their way to the Quest airlock. You see on the right there, Rubins is already there. She's the suit with the red stripes. Glover trailing very shortly behind. Rubins will need to move out of the way to make sure Glover ingresses first. He's got the task as the EV2 position to enter this airlock first. Rubins will enter shortly after Glover, and she has the task of closing the hatch. The spacewalk will officially end when repressurization begins.
You guys have a go for opening the hatch thermal cover.
Cover's open.
And Ike, you can stow the strut bag bundle on the large, small airlock rat.
Good.
You ready to copy waste tethers?
We're ready.
On my left steering extender. Tether, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Into the second waste tether, the airlock. First one, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Second, gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Airlock hearing extender, gate closed, slider locked, black on black.
And Kate, that is a good load path for EV1.
You see from the helmet camera of Victor Glover, as the EV2 position, it's his job to work on this interface. Well, they'll connect themselves to station power and water once again, and switch some valves to not rely on on the suit's battery power anymore.
And the bag is on the airlock, correct, or small.
Okay, that is a good config for you, Ike. Kate, you can turn off your HECA and verify green LED is off. Sorry, should have read you that while Ike was still available.
Set, I got a mirror. Alright, HECA's off, green LED is off.
We copy, Kate. All right, Kate, once you get a go from Ike, you can move EV2 yellow hook to EV1 red reel.
Okay, you have a go.
I copy your go. My red reel. Okay, I see my red reel spring. You got this. And I just gotta wait for that in.
Black on black, good full test, you go.
Low hook. On EV1, red reel, yellow hook, gate closed, spider lock, black on black.
Copy, that's a good secondary load path, Kate. Now you can move EV2 green hook to aft external D-ring.
And I guess I'm pulling a little.
It's okay, I can come back out a little if you need.
And Kate, we're going to have a handover in about 10 seconds. So Ike's green hook will go to the aft external D-ring. Your green hook will go to the forward external D-ring.
Copy.
Another short handover in video and audio coming from station. We should be regaining that shortly. In these final moments, Glover is already in the airlock. He's ready to switch some of the valves to and connect the suits back to station power, water, and air. Rubins is busy reconfiguring those tethers, making sure they're all in a good configuration before she enters the airlock as well. It'll be her job to close the hatch and seal it, make sure everything's good before they begin the repressurization and conclude today's spacewalk. Upon the start of repressurization, that will officially end today's spacewalk.
Green hook to the forward steering, gate closed, spider lock, black on black.
Okay. I copy, Kate. That is a good config. As you ingress, can you please verify that the hatch pit pin is in place? and then you will move your EV1 yellow hook to the mini workstation and ingress the airlock.
Copy. EV1 yellow hook going to my mini workstation.
Copy.
And that is not a good config. I have EV2 yellow hook in my mini workstation. All right, can you just pause here, and I need a EV2 yellow hook.
You just let it go to me, I'll take it. I've got a good safety chain, and I'll come in with my red reel.
Okay.
Yep, I got it. So once you're good, you have to go to ingress. One, sorry.
Okay, we copied all of that. Good catch. You do have your own load path to the airlock, and so you still are a good config.
Yep, and I've got my yellow hook on my mini workstation. I guess you can see my feet getting in.
As the sun sets on the International Space Station, Kate Rubins entering the Quest airlock, getting ready to conclude today's spacewalk.
Put that in a second. And I can move my feet nadir.
You're trying to move your feet nadir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think I've got a good pin check. Getting the thermal cover.
Copy, pin check and thermal cover. Okay, we see the thermal cover closed, and you can attach the Velcro strap.
Negative. Not quite yet. thermal cover is closed. Ready for your next?
Okay, for both of you, you will remove SUs from storage pouch, remove DCM covers and Velcro to DCM, and connect the SUs to your DCMs.
Copy.
With the thermal cover to the station's airlock closed, Frank Rubio will finish up his role as the ground IV by walking the crew through the initial pre-repressurization steps. He'll do this until handing back over to Soichi Noguchi, who's standing by in the station's equipment airlock. Noguchi will walk them through the repressurization sequence after this set of pre-repressurization tasks.
Copy. SUs locked for both. For both. Switch water off. Which is forward. Expect H2O is off message.
V1, water off.
EV2.
Okay, caution. Do not close hatch until EMU water off for 2 minutes. We started our timer.
And Ike, for closing the hatch, I'm heading towards you. I don't know if you can see my feet. Need some more clearance.
Give me a chance to let me move for a second.
Okay.
Go back the other way.
Okay.
Okay, which way are you going to rotate your cliff? Because if I can avoid your cliff, there's plenty of room. Want to be aft or forward?
I'll be forward. Okay.
Oh, okay. You want to be forward?
Yeah, that's where the good handrail is.
Okay. My feet out of the way?
Yep. And my plus is zenith.
Okay, my place is rotated station forward, and I am port as far as I can go.
That's good clearance. For you, I can verify spools and tethers are clear of the airlock. Got eyes on my depress, repress key card. And no tools, tethers. Off the hatch.
Copy, Kate. All right, Kate, 2 minutes is up. You have a go for closing and locking the hatch.
Soichi Noguchi there at the hatch window, looking at his crewmates on the other side who are concluding their spacewalk. He'll take the lead as the suit IV, guiding them through the repressurization procedures and eventually opening the hatch and bringing them in the equipment lock to doff or take off their suits. You see Mike Hopkins in the foreground there, checking over some of the upcoming procedures. He'll be aiding Noguchi through some of these next tasks. Frank Rubio taking the lead as the repressurization tasks. He'll be handing over to Noguchi shortly.
That's my foot.
Still getting a little bit of video from inside of the crew lot. This is Kate Rubins working through her procedures to close the hatch. There it goes.
It's closed. Can you move your feet up
Wait.
a little bit? If you don't need gadgets, it's closed. I can only get about half a turn on the handle.
Yeah, that handle does not turn far.
Okay.
If you can pull it up, though, it's not closed. So you got to make sure it's flush before you rotate. Get it flush, and it has a mechanism that will pull it down. So make sure it's all the way in the inline, because it only travels like one turn.
Okay. Much.
Make sure it's flush, and then pull, see if it moves at all. If not, it won't move.
It does not.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
And then lock the. Yep.
Gotcha. Right, hatch is closed and much.
Nice job.
All right, great job, guys. Okay, Ike, on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves, open.
Oxygen EMU1 open, oxygen EMU2 open.
Switch power EV 1 and 2, two switches on, ON.
EMU1 power on, good LEDs. EMU2 power on, EV2 power on, good LEDs.
Copy. Good LEDs. Check power EV 1 and 2 volts. 18.0 to 19.0.
18.6 times 18.6 times 2.
Copy. For both, switch power to SCU. Expect warning tone.
SCU.
EV2.
All right, guys. Great job out there. I'll turn you over to Soichi, and really appreciate your hard work. I know there's a lot of challenges, but the team really appreciates it.
Hey, Frank, you were awesome. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, and thanks to the entire iRoasted team.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks, Santa. Great working with you guys today.
And sorry, I do have one delta. That, like, just when you said that, Frank, I lost in my left ear cup. I still got it in my right.
copy.
I can hear that, EV2.
I hear you. And Frank, thanks for the great work. From here, Soichi will take over for crew up repress. Both EV1 and EV2, how do you hear me?
Richie, I've got you loud and clear in my right ear.
EV2 loud and clear.
Okay, EV2, EV1, EV2, DCM, O2 act to press.
E2. Okay, you with us?
I'm sorry. Ear cup may be an ear block in my left ear. Do that right now.
Okay, EV1,
EV1,
O2 actuator to press.
Okay, yes. You hear Soichi?
I can. And that's in Merck.
Okay.
E1 O2 actuator to press.
Copy EV1, EV2, copy of press. And EV1, check. EV hatch MPEG closed.
EV hatch MPEG is closed.
Copy. And both EV and EV2, we're going to start equalizing the pressure. If you feel the speed is too fast, please say so.
Yeah, that's Richie, for your awareness, I've got already an ear block in my left ear, I think.
Copy. We make it minimum opening.
So I'm good with going ahead and bringing it up, and I'll tell you if there's an issue.
EV and EV2 just started open the throttle at 1840, 1816.
Copy. Switch, I still got good variability in my left ear.
Copy EV1.
Switch is actually feeling a little better with the increased pressure. We're going in the right direction.
Copy EV1. Good to you.
This is Mission Control Houston. We do have confirmation. Repressurization is underway. The clock stopped for today's spacewalk at 7 hours 4 minutes, concluding at 12:16 p.m. Central Time. Repressurization is slow and steady, about 0.7 psi right now. They will climb up to 5 psi before performing a hold and a check to make sure the pressure is holding before resuming pressurization up to equalize with the International Space Station just above 14 psi.
EV1, EV2, only if you're comfortable, I can increase the rate. How do you say?
Go for a moderate increase.
EV2. But how about EV2? Hey, is it okay to increase the rate?
EV2.
Yeah, EV1, EV2 just passed 2 psi. We're going to increase a little bit. It's okay.
EV1 is good. EV2 is good.
EV2.
I'm actually doing good things for my earplugs.
Good.
Again, repressurization is underway. It's slow and steady. We're at about 3 pounds per square inch, and we'll pause at 5. Hold pressure and make sure that the inside of the crew lock is holding pressure before resuming up to equalize with the International Space Station. In the meantime, we do have statistics for you based on today's 7-hour, 4-minute spacewalk. This was the 235th spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 3rd conducted in 2021, the 4th spacewalk for Expedition 64. For Kate Rubins, this is the 3rd spacewalk in her career. Her career total is now 19 hours, 50 minutes, 50 minutes. This is also the 3rd spacewalk of Victor Glover's career. His total, 19 hours, 20 minutes.
Copy 258, sweetie.
Are we still going to ground?
Yeah.
Are we still going from the crew lock down to the ground?
You are still hot bike.
Nana, good to hear your voice.
Hey, Kate, great to hear yours, too. Nice job today. You guys crushed it.
I was going to have Sweet tell you hi for us if we were.
Thanks, Nana.
Houston Station on 1, step 7, P2 is also 258. We're going to proceed to step 8.
We copy and concur.
Okay, EB1, EB2, check. Glove heaters, OFF.
EV1, OFF.
E2.
And EV1, EV2, check gloves for contamination.
EV1, no contamination on gloves.
EV2 negative.
Okay, and there was warning. I assume there's no cough symptoms today?
That's correct, no cough symptoms.
Great. Next is action. EV1, EV2, call to act to IV.
Mark. EV1, IV.
EV2 IV.
Copy. Next, we're going to bring the equalization to norm, but initially you start from the slower rate, if you guys are okay.
That's good.
That sound you're hearing now is the resuming of repressurization. We had a good hold at 5 psi, did a leak check, and everything looked good. We're now resuming that repressurization back up to equalize with the International Space Station, just about above 14 psi. We're now passing 6.5 psi. Repressurization is still looking good. We're a little more than 12 psi at this point. We're heading just above 14.
And for 3T in Houston, I am only hearing breaking Vox audio side tones in my right ear. Ear block's pretty much resolved, and so I do think ComCap left ear is down.
Copy.
And we copy.
And the EB1, EB2, let me know if you hear the alert tone for the DPDT close